two different stories, one last wave, one first embrace. Every heartbreak already holding a homecoming in this place.
Morning, Sam. How you going? Good to see you. Yes, first one in. Bright and early. Well done. Really nice day in Christchurch. Beautiful. Hope everything's equally as good in the mighty Waikato. Here's a bit of a look at the conditions. Got a little bit of residual cloud around the Port Hills there. Nothing that's going to cause us any grief at all. A little bit of cloud there. And the mighty sun. Of course, what's going to cause us a little bit of grief are little hyper warriors like this guy starting up and heading out. So we'll see how we go. Let me see if I can behind the scenes camera working. I think I do. He's a little bit low. Let me just do a quick adjustment on him. Righto, so there we go. Morning, and yeah, it's getting to that stage where we can actually take the old top off, because it's already heading towards 20 degrees. Righto, so yeah, let's see what we've got floating around. Let me see, we've got Singapore in today, we've got Cathay, we've got Fiji, and we've got Emirates. We don't have United, well, we wouldn't have got through to see China Southern anyway, but they've finished as well, so I think. Well, we're not going to see them anyway, so no United today, but we will see Cathay, and we will see Singapore first up as our first heavy of the day. Almost ridiculous to be back in Christchurch after Auckland. Danielle, greetings, welcome in. Okay, so we should be Cyril Walker. Better at background than Auckland. Good one, mate. Yeah, so we'll take up your offer of the tickets, mate. So yeah, we'll sort out something to get hold of them at some point. Thanks very much, Sam. Yeah. Put Cyril's comment up there. That's terrific. Okay, so let's go back to having a bit of a look at what we've got going on. It's not looking at much. So what you'll notice over here is one hot dog. The hot dog stand, New Zealand's version of it. Christchurch's version of the hot dog stand. And then over here you'll see almost nothing any longer. So really, really disappointing that the Antarctic season has come to a conclusion for this season. Check back in October, November, and it will be full of American aircraft and Fiji aircraft and the occasional Italian who they use the base as well. Let's see how much I can actually see. JetStar and figure out where he's going to for you. He's going to Melbourne, so JetStar 172 up to Melbourne. So we'll throw that up for you. There you go. Yeah, strangely we saw yesterday Carlin Davies, our chief spotter. I've been a member for 1 month. How awesome is that? Thanks so much. I suppose a bit shady. Just push back. It is an absolutely beautiful day here, Kevin, and thank you very much for your support. And being a member for, I have to zoom in, 5 months. 5 months membership. Thank you very much, mate. That's brilliant. Beautiful day. I see Kurt Q does stuff is on in Auckland from about 2 o'clock today. Hopefully, we've actually got a lot going on around about 2 o'clock. We've got Emirates arrival, if they're on time, and we've got Cathay's departure and Fiji's departure around about the same time. So yeah, a lot of activity around about 2 o'clock. So I intend to wrap up and get back to my day job around about 3 o'clock. So I'll be out of here probably after Cathay or Fiji for today. Weather is pretty good over the whole country today, particularly the east coast. Most temperatures I'm seeing are in the 20s. We've got a little bit of a breeze which is taking a bit of the edge off that at the moment, but it's not uncomfortable at all. So that's the nor'easter, the prevailing wind here in Christchurch actually. Build your city next to the sea and imagine where the breeze is going to come from. There you go. Righto, so we'll figure out what he was and bring that to you. So he's Christchurch to Dunedin, 7:45. That's his flight number. Well, good morning everyone, and welcome to Christchurch. Wasn't so long ago we were wrapping things up in Auckland and getting on a plane and getting back here. I'd like to thank Mrs. Seki for picking me up from the airport. Thank you, dear. She's got a bit of a lunch on with some friends today, so there you go. Some of those friends are members of the channel, which is very good. So we'll be giving them a shout out a little bit later. Christchurch Melbourne service by JetStar, going down to get the majority of the runway, if not all of it. It's JetStar 172. Let me just see if I can catch up with you. Starman, greetings, welcome. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, 5 months. I think people have only had memberships available for about 8 months, mate, so you're doing pretty well. You'll get the 6-month badge. Let me show you what the 6-month badge looks like. I think I've got the rough version. So you're almost due for the 6 months badge next month, mate. So yeah, good luck. Hold on for another month, and you'll get the pretty orange one. Nobody's made it to a year yet because we haven't been going a year, let alone with the memberships for that long. Let me know about the sound. The sound on that. It is not cold at all, mate. Not at all. The breeze has got a little bit of a bite to it, but apart from that, we've got a glorious day. And it's going to be about 24 degrees. It's not that at the moment, but not too far away. JetStar 228, Christchurch to Auckland. That's what you're seeing on screen there. course, this is Hamilton to Christchurch. And our good mate Dave O'Carrickio, member and mod of the channel, is having a bit of an op today, or a bit of a consult on the old eyes. He had an issue with the eyes, so getting them checked out again today. So we wish him well, we wish him all the best for his recovery there. So that's Hamilton in the house. Get the number. That was 629. JetStar is on the taxi now. It's 22:28. He's off to Auckland. Join rush. NZ1 Aviation Mike said I would love it in Auckland, and I have to say I did. Would have liked to have been a little bit more on top of the arrivals at sometimes. And yeah, there's also an issue in Auckland with the sound really in that car park. It just really echoes off the roof. All of the traffic which comes to the domestic terminal sort of does a bit of a U-turn just down in front of that car park, and yeah, it's just really loud. So it just echoes off the roof and doesn't present the best for sound. Although we can overcome it a little bit with the shotgun mic pointed straight at the aircraft. That sort of helps a little bit, but yeah, it's not perfect. Of course, here in Christchurch, we have the baby props. Much as we love them, they do make an awful lot of noise and sometimes ruin the reverse thrust or the takeoff thrust of the large airliners that we're trying to watch. Most of my batteries today, they're still on the way back from Auckland. The benefit of being in Christchurch is I can bring my big battery bank out, which you can't take on the plane. So I've just bought that and plugged a few bits and pieces into that. Lots of different battery banks. 2 for wheel, baby prop. normally you'd be watching Mike, NZ1 Aviation, instead of me. J-Ro Rodriguez, welcome. Airline flyer, member for 5 months. Thank you very much, mate. Thanks for your ongoing support. That's absolutely brilliant. J-Ro, welcome in, welcome in. So yes, normally you'd be watching Mike today, but he has indicated to me that he's going to be on tomorrow. So he's going to be doing Christchurch tomorrow, and then I believe he's doing Auckland on Saturday. So there you go. That's what's coming up on NZ1 Aviation. We've got our first dashie of the day. And that's Christchurch Hokitika. Let's go across and see him. Here he is. Short little hop over the Alps to Hokitika. Doesn't take very long at all. A little bit further than Wellington to Blenheim. More like Wellington to Nelson in its duration. And the scenery no less picturesque. There's one thing we could not do in Auckland was track the planes after takeoff. Just impossible in that car park. But here in Christchurch, open sky, reasonable. We do have the Canterbury Aero Club balcony props. integrity columns holding things up here on the balcony here at Canterbury Aero Club. And we thank them for their accommodation today. It's great to have their support as well. So figure out where this one's up to. This is Christchurch, Palmerston North. NZ178 if you're playing flight radar. I don't see anything coming out. Yeah, so there is nothing coming. It's just a pause. There's a Polino, greetings, yes, and it was a Dashi, Kev's favourite plane, I think. This is a Polino, welcome in. Baggage handling there. I'd like to thank Air New Zealand for not losing my bag with all my equipment in it. Didn't have the really expensive stuff, but it had all the cables and tripod and all that you sort of need to make sure that you can run a show. Here's a little flight school, LJF coming in, so Canterbury Aero Club, the New Zealand Aviation Academy, International Aviation Academy. We have an awful lot of foreign students here. What's doing and go around. Warrior 3, if you're interested in these baby crops, I'll give you a bit of a closer look at one. This is a Cessna. You notice the different wing configuration. Wing on the top. Z-A-N or Z-A-N. And here we've got a wee tomahawk too, which is a sports model. There are a few of those. Give you a bit of a look at what's going on in the building. They're disassembling the scaffolding. At least they've taken the plastic wrap off, so we can sort of see a little bit more now of the aircraft on their southern approaches, which we actually have today. I cannot tell you how frustrating it is to have the building there with the plastic wrap on it. Due on Singapore, fantastic. Well, we'll definitely be getting that. It's SQ297 if you're looking on flight radar. So let me see if I can find it for you. SQ297, and if I have a bit of a look, I see that he's in about 47 minutes, so slightly early today. So if you're picking them up, come around about 30:30, and they should be just about through customs. Very quick going through customs in Christchurch. Not like Auckland, where you're sort of fighting the masses a lot of the time. LJF come in this time, did a missed approach last time, and put it down this time. If we look behind him, we can see the hot dog over there on the Christchurch hot dog stand, and here's runway inspection going on. So my favourite job, I think, on the airfield is to do runway inspections. Just get in the car and drive down the runway, looking out for stuff, any FOD, foreign object debris, stuff that might have fallen off an aircraft or one of these vehicles perhaps, any wildlife that may have made an incursion. So they do that when they're expecting aircraft to arrive. Oops. Of course you won't have seen anything. This is part of my problem. Can't see what makes. Paulino, thank you very much. Don't need to repeat too much, mate. I'm all happy with one or two sort of cheerful comments, but thank you very much for your participation. Yeah, good morning. Welcome to the show. My name is Seki, and this is my equipment. We've got Panasonic HCX 1500, topped by a Sennheiser MKE 600 microphone. I've got a Surface Pro here, doing the sort of chat and stuff. My phone, which we've got hooked up, which does the flight radar. Then we've got a Rode A1 digital audio interface, and that feeds into the YOLO Live Extreme. It takes the inputs from the camera and audio, and then does the encoding and spits it out through a modem. And I'm using the modem today, cellular, and as opposed to Starlink. We do have Starlink, but it's pointless using it when we've got a very good cell service. So we will be using Starlink in the future. We'll try and use it when we go to foreign countries. And that's all supplied a bit of power by some battery banks and one thing or another. But yeah, that's pretty much my setup. I have a Leo Photo tripod to mount it all on. And if you're interested in the model, it's the LM324CL, and the L part means it's got longer tubes than the standard one. The standard one's about 75 millimeters shorter on each of the sections. When I worked it out, I can use just 2 of these extensions to get it to perfectly my head height, whereas the CL would have been just that little bit lower, probably around about maybe 150 millimeters, 150 millimeters lower, and it just would have been a little bit more uncomfortable to use. Well, welcome in. Oh, you're in Wellington. Okay, so they're getting off here in Christchurch, and then they're getting on a transfer to come to Wellington, or is she coming home to you in Wellington, or yeah, you don't have to reveal any of that information, but yeah, it's going to be great to be able to bring your daughter's arrival. these baby props. They don't go anywhere without any av gas. And this is the refueling situation going on down here. Of course, petrol prices are increasing. Just a modest shock, I think. This is our local twin used for multi-engine training, and it's a P68. The B part is 68. The baby drops operating at the moment. In the noise. We may see a ghost plane, PHA 75 or PH 75 ASL Airlines, and they're on the freight operations now. A year ago, this didn't exist. They built the freight base over there and moved all of the freight operations over there. The one exception is the DHL, and they keep it over there because I believe it's a little bit too large to actually operate out of this base over here. So here we go, a couple of ghosty planes. The multicoloured truck. Which multicoloured truck? We've got a few. Oh, yes. I know the one you mean. Yeah, that's from the scaffolders. There you go, the scaffolders truck. So they're actually going to be disassembling that stuff today. So hopefully they do a lot of it, and they start at this end and get rid of most of these bits and pieces by 2 o'clock, because that will enable us to have a much better view of Emirates coming in. Oh, she lives in Christchurch? Well, awesome. Well, it'll be good to have her back, no doubt. That is the P68 that you can hear. Very, very noisy, isn't he? Getting some main runway takeoff experience. Just so noisy. Take this opportunity to go and grab a quick drink. Leave you with Mr. Noisy, Kizzy, and I'll be back with you shortly. Look at that, Alex. Member for 3 months. Well done you, mate. And thank you very much for your ongoing support. Speaking of ongoing support, the lady in the cafe is looking for someone who wants to do the odd trip. So if you know anybody who's sort of a barista, used to working in a cafe or anything like that, with a little bit of on-call work. Canterbury Aero Club, Cathay 140. Needs the odd person who can come and fill in for Jocelyn here at the cafe. The previous lady, I understand, has got herself a full-time job, which is there you go. It is 7:04 in from Invercargill. This one is on his way out to Wellington, off to Wellington flights tonight. Pochi-san, Pochi-san, oh, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Kyou ne, Mississippi to. Pochi was going to have lunch with Mrs. Seki today. So remember Pochi-san, arigatou gozaimasu. Out who you are. This is 341 coming in from Wellington. NZ 341. And from Wellington Flights Live territory. So already noticed a lot more OTRs in Christchurch compared to Auckland. Look at that, Tufa. Awesome is that. Two New Zealands in one shot. We'll give it the two Air New Zealands. A bit of a logo here. So that was a touch and go by the Aero Club. sitting there. Going through their procedures. Helicopter. Just a little glimpse of the helicopter there. So I'll claim that and say we've actually seen our one helicopter for the stream. We did actually see a couple in Auckland, one on each stream. One of them was very nice indeed. It had wheels and did a bit of a taxi at the airport. Very, very nice indeed. So we did actually fulfill our quota in Auckland of at least one helicopter per stream. So we've managed it here already. It's always good to get them in early. He is from Queenstown, 640. And we've got another one here ready to go out. He is Christchurch Rover 788. Yeah, and thanks. Just one membership to Phil B, recipient of that membership. Thank you very much, Ian, for your kind gift. Now I'm going to use the emojis something or another, and you get the new membership badge, which I will show you in just a moment. Thank you, Ian. Yeah, it's not Sunday, but we are on Sunday, and apparently the weather's going to be kind of like this on Sunday. Of course, we won't be able to come to you from the Aero Club as there's no access on the weekends, unfortunately. Much as we appeal to the Aero Club to open on the weekends, they're pretty staunch that they're not going to do that. So we have to come to you from the mound, which is okay. Just means carting the equipment a whole lot extra distance. Used to have access, you could drive the car in relatively close and just get all the gear out of the car and cart it up onto the mound and set up and you would be away. And it's actually more convenient there than here at the Aero Club, where you have to cart your gear up the stairs. Wasn't able to get a close car park today, so fortunately my little trolley has little wheels on it. So I'm able to bring all of the gear in one load. So that was good. Check out to Auckland, 232, JetStar 232 to Auckland. You can see the breeze there. Probably 5 to 8 knots or so, and not too much. Who have we got coming? Auckland to Christchurch, New Zealand 521 coming in. Join us. The radio radar station on the plane. Auckland Christchurch, the busiest route in the country. So we've got this one coming in from Auckland, and the other one here with the JetStar. No chance of any militaries today, at least not American militaries. They've all gone home. You see the base in the background there, there's not a single one floating around there. So I think we got the last C-130. Hello from New York City. Awesome. Dick, morning. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, my Dutch isn't all that brilliant, mate. So I might have to stick to English, unfortunately, mate. Let's get this JetStar. more. Track them on the other side of the pole. It's a flagpole and it has a descender on it. They have two of them here at the Canterbury Aero Club. You know, I've never seen a flag flying from there. So, it beats me why they have them. And, there is arrival. And we've got Palmerston North 181. Touchdown. ATR 72-600s, exclusively run by Air New Zealand. The only 500s we have are run by Air Chathams. We may see one today, but not too sure of the schedule for Chathams. They're fairly rare visitor to Christchurch. The occasional chartered flight, but not too many regularly scheduled visits. I'll show you what's making all the noise. It's the Skyhawk. There's P down in front of us here. And I will just grab another quick drink. Greetings from Holland. Or the Netherlands, and greetings from Budapest, Hungary. Greetings and welcome to you. So we're getting quite an interesting cast. So New York City, Holland, and Budapest in Hungary. So like the United Nations going on at the moment. We've got Alex. Christchurch just turned up. I haven't seen Alex for a long time. He's here today. Don't know if he's with Carlin. I'll find out in just a moment. My camera having all sorts of fun and games trying to focus on this one. That's the Skyhawk just in front of us here, just on the taxi. Where that one's from. Just a moment. It's from Nelson, 851. So 851 is arrived. Zoom out a bit. See where Singapore is. Idea. T68. We'll be doing some twin engine training with the students from the NZ International Aviation Academy. Getting some more go juice. Eyes on Singapore as yet, but rest assured as soon as we see him. We've got someone else coming in first, so let's get some practice in. Who that is. coming from Auckland. Departing, and we haven't seen it's Christchurch to Nelson at 8:58. We're just concentrating on looking for Singapore. Not far away at all. Early exit there for Singapore, 297. They do tend to pull these A350s up fairly quickly, and they're able to make the same exit that the A320s do. Good morning, Brian from Ireland. Thank you very much for subscribing, mate. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You'll be pleased winter is over there in Ireland. We've seen much of spring so far. It's a lovely autumn day here in Christchurch, New Zealand, and we're going to see about 24 degrees later on this afternoon. We've got a little bit of a nor'easter which is knocking a few degrees off of that, so I'll put the big top, my warm top back on. Definitely got the sunscreen on. UV index, although I don't have the UV index on my weather station, I can probably tell you that it's pretty much the same here as it is at home. And I will throw the weather information up on the screen in just a moment. But, yeah, here we go. So, our Cheddar's daughters has arrived safely back in Christchurch. There we go. So Singapore occupies the same gate that Mighty Emirates Airbus A380 will occupy later on today. There's plenty of gates, but they like to use that one. Let's go across and show you something a little bit more pedestrian. And here is Christchurch to Wellington, 352 so this is an 18-hour, 72-600. New Zealand has lots of them. They use them for the regional flights, particularly out of Christchurch. Another helicopter. I can't keep that all focus. Another helicopter. Helicopter. Emoji. This is our second helicopter today, and we'll go around and check out Air New Zealand. And he's off to Wellington 352. Very cold. Over the thing. Welcome home, Anna. Yes. Paul Lawrence. Greetings from the UK. Welcome in. Normally around this time you'll be watching NZ1 Aviation. He's on tomorrow from here, and on Saturday from Auckland. Check my channel. I have links to NZ1 Aviation and a few other channels that we enjoy, and have met most of them over the years. Now the one making all the noise is EVM. We saw him fueling up earlier. There we go. got a flying doctor service right down the end here. This is flying doctor service. This one. And he's helpfully off to NA. So usually they don't go into Ireland with these ones, but every now and again they do. Usually goes to places like the West Coast, Nelson, and places like that. So yeah, if you want to track him, it's FTC 14. If you're playing Flight Radar. Blick Fang, good to see you, mate. Welcome. And Greg, good to see you. In from Queensland. Earlier, so if you missed him, just wind back a little way. Timaru. Okay, just have a look at this. Circling Christchurch. There may be fog or something like that at Timaru, which is preventing this aircraft from getting there, but yeah, Christchurch is a pretty good alternative airport. Baby prop in front of us making lots and lots of noise. LJF. We saw LJF do missed approach and landing earlier. LJD over here. ZK LJD. So if you didn't know, we're at Canterbury Aero Club, and the building next door is the New Zealand International Aviation Academy, and they get lots and lots of international student pilots, and they train them up to be commercial operators. Yeah, we can't see him, unfortunately. We've got something overflying us, but he's just too high and in the wrong position. We might, we might get to see him. Incredibly lucky. Oh, he's way up there. Okay, so that's the Timaru. He's doing the circles of Christchurch. Unfortunately, he's behind the building now. We can't see him, but yes, let me give you a nice view. So Christchurch Airport Control Tower, quite a decent one. Actually a bit more structure to it than the one in Auckland. Then we've got the Sid Squad Novotel, made famous by Sid Squad. Curtin crew came over in May last year and came over on the A380, stayed here the night and left on the flight the next day. Went back on the A380. This is the one making all the noise. Okay. One coming in from Hokitika, a Dashi, and he's not that far away. Let me show you where he is on the flight radar. So he should be coming fairly shortly. This is the Wellington to Timaru that circled the airport several times. Looks like he's actually broken out and he will go to Timaru now. So it may have been fog or something like that at Timaru that caused him to do those circles. But he's on his way now, and so better safe than sorry. And next 8:31, the Dashi coming in from Hokitika. Give you a look at the hot dog that we have on the hot dog stand. Okay. So this is 767 freighter. The 767 freighter is too big to fit into the normal freight area, which they've only just really had in operation for about the last 6 months or so, and that is over here where they take the 737 freighters. Okay. northeaster, and that's about 5 to 8 knots. It's not really crosswind, it's sort of, yeah, a little bit on the nose. Yes, exactly, mate. The hot dog. So our hot dog stand isn't quite as big as Sydney's hot dog stand, but we do have a hot dog, and it stays on station there. And Kevin, greetings from England. Welcome in. A little bit of a quiet period at the moment. See Singapore's arrival. Scroll back, probably I'm going to say around about, what do we got, 10:44, yeah, go back probably about 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll see the arrival of Singapore. To Christchurch, 615 coming in. So we're there yet. And then we've got 343 coming in from Wellington. And it's not very far away as well. So all of those are prop aircraft. The next jet service looks like it's going to be Auckland to Christchurch 5:31. Let me show you what it looks like. There you go. So we're going to actually see a black livery, and it's going to be in around about half an hour. We'll get our first black livery of the day. Won't that be awesome? So that's ZKOAB, and that's an A320. New Zealand have one black aircraft of each type that they operate, and in the case of the 777, they have the black aircraft, OKQ, and they also have a white one. If you have a look at some of the videos on my channel, you'll see highlights from Auckland with the black aircraft, the black 777. And I'll be doing a few more highlight videos from Auckland and dropping them on the channel shortly. They'll be edited highlights, and yeah, look forward to those. We did the Chinese airlines yesterday, and we got quite a collection in Auckland. Cathay Pacific, count as a Chinese airline. Also count China Airlines, even though they operate out of Taipei. Then we had Sichuan, China Eastern, Air China, Hainan, and have I left anybody out? I don't think so. But yeah, quite a few airlines, Chinese airlines operate into Auckland. We will be seeing Cathay Pacific today with the A350-1000. To my mind, the best airliner currently in service, followed closely by the A350-900. Francis, good to see you. Awesome, welcome. Thank you for hopping in, Francis. I know you're busy. Just having a look at a few baby props at the moment. So, baby prop action. JT on the taxi down here in front of us. These aircraft are basically part of a flight school and take pilots through to their commercial pilot license. So the F over there. Oh, fantastic. We could, I tell you what, we could be scaffold cam today and watch the disassembly of this. It's fantastic. Pull back a little bit further. You can see them disassembling the scaffolding. That's going to be terrific. For the longest time they've actually had scaffolding on this tiny little prefab down here, and look at the size of the structure they actually put over the top of it. It's multi stories, and yeah, so they finally actually so they've got a prefab, not this prefab here but the one behind it, which is covered by the scaffolding, and for the longest time it sort of blocked our view of the aircraft coming in. So more than happy to see them taking it to bits. Should get a reasonably good picture. Shouldn't be too overly bright. And greetings, Alex. Jake from State Farm. Slow on the camera. Yes. Yeah, right. So, yeah, it happens. So, taking the scaffolding bits. Focus. don't have the long lens on today. We've got all these structures around and it just makes a mess of focusing with the long lens on. This is coming in from Hokitika, 8:31 if you're playing on Flight Radar, NZ 831. How the sound is, if the wind noise is too much or annoying or something like that. We'll see what we can do about it. To make your viewing as pleasurable as possible. Looks like Wellington to Timaru is coming to Christchurch. So it looks like we've got a diversion here to Christchurch, Wellington to Timaru. So we'll go around and pick that one up for you. Hi George, Lowlander, greetings, good to see you. Scaffolders, yeah mate, they really do, terrific job that they do. I hope they actually manage to get most of that down before Emirates gets here later on. So let me see if we can see that flight coming in. Here it comes. So this is a diversion. It's supposed to have gone to Timaru, but they circled the Christchurch for a wee while, hoping that conditions in Timaru had sorted themselves out, and they've decided to come here to Christchurch instead. So they'll just take those passengers down to Timaru, those that want to go to Timaru, by bus or something like that. It's only a couple of hours down the road. The airport that they've landed at is quite a bit bigger than the one they were anticipating going to. So once again, that's 193, which was supposed to have gone to Timaru. George, good to see you, mate. And Hamilton to Christchurch, 615 is coming in shortly. Yes, this aircraft is not scheduled tonight, so they may just disembark passengers and walk them across the tarmac to a gate and into the terminal. George, I guess the passengers want to go to Timaru, and it's easier. I mean, we're only a bus ride away from Timaru, so easy enough to put them on a coach and send them down to Timaru from here. That's if there's nothing wrong with the plane. And it was just local conditions that prevented them from getting there. Let me find out who he is. This is NZ 580 to Auckland. So you'll be seeing NZ 580 come down the end. Ooh, we've got the helicopter again. So it's the third time we've seen a helicopter today. We've got a helicopter emoji, but we won't use it at the moment. This is Hamilton to Christchurch, 615. This is NZ 580 off to Auckland. George, probably Richard Pearce, plagued by significant disruptions aboard takeoffs and bird activity. Thank you very much, Lowlander. Richard Pearce Airport, of course, Pearce, famous in New Zealand, and should be more famous worldwide. It's quite possible that he beat the White Brothers to the first powered flight by at least 6 months. And much more conventional aircraft than the Flyer. Trucks and one thing or another. And a hot dog, and absolutely nothing on the Antarctic apron anymore, which is a real shame, but nothing we can do about that. Antarctic season is over, so don't see any C-17s and we don't see any C-130s, and we don't see a New Zealand Air Force 757, which made some trips down to the ice as well. These aircraft operated by Air New Zealand, the majority of the ones coming to Christchurch are the ATR 72-600. We also have the Dash 8. So the difference between the ATR use very similar engines and similar structure. This is the 72-600, and over here, the one that that's supposed to have gone to Timaru, that's a Dash, and notice that the undercarriage descends from the engine nacelles, whereas on the ATR, the undercarriage comes out from the fuselage. That's one of the easiest ways to tell them apart. This is the 600 variant, and this is the Q300. New Zealand only operate the Q300. They don't operate the Q400, which you see in Australia, operated by Qantas. And Qantas used to operate the Q300, but they no longer do so. They've retired all their Q300s. 531, the first of our black liveries for the day, not that far away, so thanks, Francis. That's awesome for you to have popped in at all, mate. Enjoy your day, and don't go in the water, mate. Apparently there's crocs everywhere because of all your rain. You're probably more in Darwin than Catherine. Catherine, I hear, is a very dangerous place. You don't want to go in the water in Catherine at the moment because there's hot crocodiles everywhere. Okay, so just landed. Yeah, he's going to do a takeoff. A touch and go. This is Cessna Skyhawk SP. And pick up the black livery. This is a A320 conventional engine. I call it the noisy engine option. ZKOAV, the A320 black livery. Once again, Air New Zealand have one of each type of aircraft that they fly in the black livery. This is the A320 CEO, there's the A320 Neo, that is got a nickname of Nana because it's ZKNNA. It flies international routes. Usually you see it flying off to Auckland, between Auckland and the cities on the east coast of Australia. We also have the Star Airways, which is an A321 painted in the black livery, and that occasionally makes a visit to Christchurch, but quite often they just run it between Auckland and Queenstown, because Queenstown is a very popular tourist destination, and flying the Star Alliance black livery to Queenstown certainly would be memorable for the tourists that go there. Paddy X, greetings, welcome to you. NZ651 on the final call, is it? Good information, thank you, George. 444 from Queenstown. And waiting for him to land is NZ705, which is going to Invercargill. We'll show you that in just a moment. Let's go and get on the Queenstown flight. Remember how easily the A350 was able to make this exit, and he's so much larger than these A320s. NZ705 to enter the runway. I don't know that he's got. Yes, he might have to wait for one more. He's waiting on the Aero Club, you know. So, Aero Club aircraft. He's going to be landing on the main runway. So it doesn't matter how big you are, if you're landing, then you have pretty much all rights. Expect him to make the exit and come and see us over here. Returning to base. So this is NZ705. Been waiting there for some time. And he's up to the cargo. End of the South Island. Next stop is Stewart Island in the cargo. Strangest looking van ever. ZKVA. Definitely Fiji and Cathay. We will see them land, and we should see them take off. I think we'll try and make those two the last two that we see for the day. Hopefully Emirates is on time. Let's check. See what the situation is with Emirates. We've got now 11:20. Yeah, so we'll just have a look for EK412. And we don't see anything yet. Dubai to Sydney. Christchurch to Invercargill flight that we saw take off earlier. And he's headed down the length of the country, down the length of the South Island. Wellington. Yeah, already the grass runway. Christchurch has grass runways as well. There's the tarmac. And Mike from NZ1 Aviation reckons this is the best job on the airfield. Doing the lowering. First part is to avoid all the ground obstacles. So once they've done that, then it's pretty straightforward up and down. Pretty much a constant job when we've had plenty of rain, and we have had plenty of rain here in Christchurch. And now we've got abundance of sunshine, so of course the grass really takes off in those conditions. Next we'll be seeing NZ350 going to Wellington. So if we go around and pick him up for you. Here he is, NZ350 back to Wellington. Hi Mitchell, good to see you mate. Welcome in, welcome in. Christchurch to Queenstown, as George pointed out to us earlier. NZ651, and he's pushing back now. So we have another Aero Club. Sorry, this is 350. That's right. 705's gone. 705 was what we were watching earlier. Run to Invercargill. And this is 350 off to Wellington. Really lovely day for doing a bit of plane spotting. Could be a little bit warmer from last, but not too bad. Right, so my guessing is that it was tech issue because this Timaru flight that diverted here to Christchurch is under tow, and they'll be towing it down to engineering where they'll test it out, and that's probably why it came to Christchurch, because they've got a large engineering base here for fixing all of their aircraft. So that Dashi will get a bit of TLC and they'll sort it out and put it back into service. This is 651 off to Queenstown. van over here, we've got the Zan over here, and 6:51 off to Queenstown. Dean Stalker, g'day mate, good to see you. And Paul Timothy, good to see you mate. Yeah, always speak a little bit softly mate. Mitchell, I'm not quite sure. We'll have to check that out for you. Star Alliance 321. They have been sending it to Queenstown quite a bit, so we would have to check that out. Maybe Carwin, our chief spotter, could help us out there. Are we expecting to see the Black Star Alliance 321 come to Christchurch today? Good morning, Dino. Good to see you. Mitchell, your mum would have been on the show. 362. We probably would have seen that aircraft. Of course, we wouldn't have known that your mum was on it, so we didn't make a big feature of it at the time. But yeah, it's terrific that you'll be able to go back and watch that. Bad things happened. Then we just sort this out. And that, and did not want to exit. So, yeah. So there's a plain vanilla screen for you. That's how we build up the graphics. And there you go. So that's Blenheim to Timaru. That's an Air Chathams. So let's throw Air Chathams up there. And that's the ATR 72-500, the non-glass cockpit version of the ATR 72-600. This aircraft will be ex-Air New Zealand, and now in the hands of Air Chathams, and they fly it here and there. You've gone home sick. Not coming to Christchurch at all. So there we go. Yes, Alex is about 5 or 6 metres away. Yeah, he's coming towards me now, Carwyn. So yeah, Alex is right here. Has it now, George? So here's the information for you on Star Alliance from our chief spotter, Carwyn Davies. Apparently Star Alliance is not coming to Christchurch today, so that's a bit disappointing. But we do have All Black OAB in, and we saw it live earlier, and we'll probably be departing, I'm going to say probably to Auckland. Right, so we've got a New Plymouth to Christchurch, Dashi, 769, and won't be that far away. Coming in around about 12 o'clock, so 11:37 now, about 23 minutes away. Say hi to everyone. I'm Seki, and this is the show coming to you from Christchurch in New Zealand today. Beautiful day here. I've put off some work that I'm going to be doing until this afternoon, so yeah, I'll be wrapping up and hope to be out of here after well, we've got a little bit of activity around about 2 o'clock. We're supposed to see Emirates arrive. We're also supposed to see Fiji and Cathay depart around about that time. So yeah, hopefully we're finishing up around about 2:30, and yeah, we'll definitely be done by that time, and then I've got to get back to work, day job sort of thing. So yeah, we'll enjoy. Let me just show you what's loading. Apparently, according to George, passengers are being loaded on board this SQ298 and A350-900. That's going to be heading out around about 12 o'clock. bridge. Exit and come across here to see us at the Aero Club. See what we've got coming next. It's that new flight 769. We may see the Air Chathams fly over or fly fairly close to. It will be fairly high, so we may not be able to see it. It's going to be interesting. You're bird watching. Very interesting, Carwin. You're watching metal birds today, mate. We've got Hamilton to Christchurch 273, JetStar 273. Avoided the mower. The mower's sort of another portion of the runway, so it's safe enough. So this is what we have to look forward to. Hamilton to Christchurch, JetStar 273. This is definitely turning into the baby prop show. We've seen a lot of baby props today. My focus is just horrible today. I might take a step into see you on Sunday, Carwin. The weather's going to be nice on Sunday, Carwin. It's going to be very similar to the conditions that we had today. So reasonably warm, a little bit of a nor'easter. BG. From the Aero Club, so it's not painted in the same livery as the others. Here's the ghost plane. Singapore not yet pinging on flight radar. We'll probably see the beacon before it appears. Yes, indeed today. Thank you. Tracy Donny, greetings. Good to see you. Umar, greetings. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. A lot of tornadoes in the United States. Wow, that's unfortunate. Hope there's not been much loss of life. Of course, they can be pretty devastating, those tornadoes, particularly through the Oklahoma area, North Texas sort of area. Yeah, it can be pretty devastating. We don't tend to get very many of them in New Zealand, but they have been known to take the odd roof off here and there, usually near the coast, but then New Zealand is fairly much near the coast, being an island nation. Pretty much everywhere is close to the coast. Right. 769 won't be that far away. Weather events at all, I'm not sure, and we wish you all the best if you have. Next in is Dashi from New Plymouth, 769, and going around and we'll wait for him just above the radar station. No sign of Singapore at this stage. So here's the radar station. And he should appear momentarily. F3. Yeah. You don't get terrible. Kentucky to Ohio. Wow, that's yeah, that's an interesting observation there, mate. I would have thought. I usually associate tornadoes with Oklahoma and down in that part of the world. It's interesting further east and north. From New Plymouth, 769. Still Singapore. We've got Singapore pinging now, so we should see it push back momentarily. Beacon on. Yes. Yes. No. Sort of saw a smidgen of movement there. That's all. Cigar brandy. Carapiro. Welcome, mate. Hope everything went well at the at your appointment, and wish you all the best. So, yep, here we go, pushing back. Singapore. And just no military aircraft over there at all any longer. So very, very sad. Antarctic apron. They've got the one finger operation going on, if you want to know, Tracy. Pans on the ground like this. Super slow, one thing of operation, so easy peasy. Let's go back in a moment. Christchurch to NA popping up, so 968 wherever that's supposed to go to. We've missed JetStar, but we've got something a little bit more beautiful to look at in the A350. So the JetStar is going to photo box in a few moments, but we'll just keep our focus on Singapore. So JetStar was 273 coming in from Hamilton. Here he is right now. NZ702 Invercargill Christchurch on finals now. See Singapore is actually making a move. It's 968 now. There we go. Got there in the end. Off to Wellington. And it's still showing as Christchurch ENA on my flight radar. I did a little bit of research and I found out that this livery has been around since about 2008. And they've had about 3 different liveries since they split off from the Malaysian group when Singapore was part of Malaysia. After it gained its independence, of course, it wanted its own airline. So it's done that. It's somewhat different to this. But, very quickly they adopted the Chris as their symbol. Several of advertisements in Auckland just saying about the partnership between New Zealand and Singapore Airlines. New Zealand operates through North America, and Singapore Airlines operate through to Europe. Wanting to go to Europe, you can either go through Singapore or you can go through North America. Of course, you could go through the Middle East, but at the moment it's a little bit dubious. So you're probably better off going via North America or via Singapore. Sort of avoid the Middle East. Alan Lee, good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're nice and warm in your pub, northeast of England. Back in Christchurch now, mate. Christchurch Aviation, good to see you, mate. Welcome. About to see Singapore head back to Singapore from Christchurch. As Carwyn said, it's about 10.5 hours. Mostly flying over the Tasman in Australia. And a little bit from Australia up to Singapore over Indonesia. Singapore's waiting on 535 coming in from Auckland. So the NZ 535 will appear fairly shortly. Voice commentary a little bit low. Sorry about that, Helen. So we can't zip that up a little bit for that. I'll tell you what, go into this one. Turn it up a little bit more for you, mate. Turn that one down. Right. Let me know how that is. I've turned it up a little bit louder. Yeah, it seems to be better for me. Let me see where Singapore is. Here it comes. Singapore. So here we go. this is 5:42 off to Auckland, and he's waiting on Tizzy is coming in. Tizzy is one of the Aero Club. It's the P68 parked in Aviation. P68 is a twin-engined aircraft that they do their training for the multi-engine aircraft on here at the New Zealand International Aviation Academy, which is run out of the building next to the Aero Club here. It's Tizzy, and we'll go back around and we'll get New Zealand heading off to Auckland. It's again 5:42. Anthony, greetings mate. No, can't quite read that. No idea what you mean, mate. But greetings, welcome in anyway. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Spent a lot of it doing some streaming for you. 7:46 Dunedin to Christchurch, next in ATR 72600. He's coming to the petrol station to get some more go juice. it's around about lunchtime. Seki having some lunch with friends today, so good to see that, and hope she has a nice time. So the time that I go and grab something from the cafe here for lunch. Do that in just a moment. And we usually do that when someone is coming the other way. Must be wanting to come out. Don't see anybody at the moment. Maybe a fuel tanker or something like that in the way. Runway 1129, which is an alternate taxiway for aircraft going to the regional gates. Panda-san, konnichiwa, konnichiwa. このライブへようこそ。いつもありがとうございます。Henderson is here, come to visit us from Chiba in Japan, which is near Narita airport. Some fantastic viewing at Narita. Next in is 335 from Wellington, NZ335 from Wellington. And once we've got that one in, we have 177 coming in from Palmerston North. 335 coming next. this is Christchurch to Wellington, 362. Oh, sorry, 326. 326. Would be 2 and 6, correct? Wrong way around. Now we're going to see that flying doctor service that we saw take off earlier. He went off to Greymouth and now he's coming back again. So with DC-12 coming in really shortly. Updates on Emirates. And here comes that flying doctor service. From Greymouth. Aviation, which is down the end, and then Westpac helicopters and other aviation, and they have some fancy jets which they fly, and they also house the flying doctor service as well. So once again, this one is 326 off to Wellington. Go and order something from a cafe, and I'll be back with you in just a moment. there we go. CX119. Thank you, Carwin. Not far away. Yeah, great to see that. Then we're going to see Fiji. Shouldn't be too far behind him. Yeah, Shanghai is very nice. I enjoyed my time in Shanghai. We won't go now, but yeah, on the Bund, and can have a look at the Pearl Tower, and some of the skyline. They have some very attractive buildings in Shanghai across the river. Much more modern than Beijing. Fiji, 9 minutes away as well. So we've got Cathay and we've got Fiji. I think 4:51 is it, Carwin? Is Fiji 4:51. Anyway. So we'll await CX119 with eager anticipation. I'll be back with you in just a moment. A350-1000, also making the exit easily, as we saw with Singapore earlier, the smaller of the A350s, the A350-900 in Singapore's case, and this is its big brother. And to my money, the best airliner currently in service, the A350-1000. I think it's the only A350-1000 that services New Zealand. All of the ones we saw in Auckland were the 900 version, and so very good to see the 1000 here in Christchurch. Summer service, of course. Cathay will be stopping service around about the 25th of March. Hello, Fast Eddie from the beautiful San Francisco. You get the yeah, we don't get it daily actually, Fast Eddie. We only get it as a summer service, and it's only here for the summer. As I said, they're going to be stopping the service 25th of March, and then we don't get it every day either. But it's a nice summer visitor, and we really enjoy having the A350-1000 here in Christchurch. We also get the 900, which you have probably just missed, Fast Eddie, and that was Singapore Airlines, and they bring their 900, and that is a daily service. And over the summer they have a peak service, and they bring a second A350-900 in from Singapore direct to Christchurch, and that arrives around about midnight, and then leaves around a little after 1:30 in the morning, so pretty late. That particular one. What I'd really love them to do is bring the A380 here in the summertime. That would be fantastic. But we did see the A380, the Singapore A380 in Auckland just recently. So we have the JetStar departing. Let's find out what they are. You're 2:46 and off to Auckland, and we just had an arrival, and that's Hamilton to Christchurch, and that's this one here, Hamilton to Christchurch. So they're avoiding this taxiway for some reason. Can't tell you what that is. Maybe they have some. This taxiway here for some reason. I can't tell you what that is, but it is quite noticeable that they are avoiding that, using that taxiway. Right, let's get the next arrival for you. And here's Fiji, so here it comes, Fiji, Bula. The 737 MAX 8. Direct from Nandi in Fiji. been thinking of going to Fiji to do a show from there. And not quite got all of the everything together to do that yet, but we'll see how we go. Okay, well, that's Fiji. Yeah. And we'll go around and we'll pick up JetStar 246 after Auckland. Okay, and for those of you from outside of New Zealand, here is New Zealand's national colour, if you can call it a colour, black. So ZKLAB and A320 CEO, and this guy will be probably heading back to Auckland. Let me just check on that for you. Yes, he's off to Auckland. He's 5:44. Yep, ready. That's exactly it. New Zealand have one of each of the aircraft type that they fly in that black livery. Including the 777, which we featured on the live show from Auckland. The 777 is the largest of the black livery aircraft. It's the largest that Air New Zealand have in their fleet. It's a 777-300. This is 751 off to Dunedin, and the aircraft that we saw arriving just now was from Nelson, and that was 8:45. 320, oh my goodness, Carlin. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a stretch. We'll see how we go. We'll see how those departures at 2 o'clock go. We're expecting Cathay and Fiji to leave around about 2 o'clock. We were expecting Emirates to arrive around about 2 o'clock, but clearly they're not going to, because they have to be already in the air and most of the way here. Yeah, Davo, I did hear that you've got some pretty average weather on the way for the North Island, but here it's going to be quite nice over the next few days, and it's going to be also very nice on Sunday, where we're going to be doing another live show on Sunday, but it's not going to be from this particular spot at the Aero Club, because they're not open on the weekends. Is the answer. Right. Just did a quick battery check, and we've got a lot, as in a lot. Right, looks like the prop to Nelson, sorry, the 751 is giving way to OAB, and he's 544 off to Auckland. Don't have the long lens on, we're not really in a position to do a lot of extended tracking today, so good enough. Let's get this takeoff through. Terrific. That was a very nice low takeoff, that one. Go around and show you our prize airliner. And yeah, we'll just grab a quick bite and something to drink, and I'll be back with you in just a moment. Sunday chill show, that's exactly it. Yeah, 321 Star Alliance. Unfortunately, Fast Eddie, the 321's not coming to Christchurch today. We saw it in Auckland, so if you want to have a look and see what it looks like, yeah, we got a couple of shots of it on the show in Auckland, along with a lot of other black livery aircraft, including one we call Nana, which is the A320 black livery, and that was shuttling backwards and forwards between I think Brisbane and Auckland, that one. So yeah, no, we haven't. Yeah, Air New Zealand gave up their 200s, and they were pretty expensive to maintain. Getting a little bit too old. Yeah, and so they haven't run the 200s or the 767s. They basically replaced them, both of those aircraft, with the 787s. And they've got orders in for more 787s, but do you think Boeing can actually supply them? No, sir. So they've had the 787-10s on order, and they were supposed to have been delivered in 2020. So that's how long ago it's been since they've been waiting on those ones. And of course, Air New Zealand has had the unfortunate situation where they've had two different aircraft types suffering from the same from different engine issues. The 787s had to go through extensive testing with their engines, and the A320 Neos, or the Neo versions, also had issues with their engines as well. So that's two different aircraft types that have had issues with their engines. And so of course Air New Zealand has been fairly crippled with their fleet, and they're suffering both of those. We've got a Dashi sitting over here, going off to Nelson. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. And he is 8:48, and he's off to Nelson. it's 8:48 off to Nelson. We've got the fireys over here. And the retro truck. Some of the more modern ones. Don't recognise that one there. It's not the electric fire truck. But, yeah, they've got, they do their practice over here. And, so they've got an old fuselage there that they practice on. Alex has left us. I think he was disappointed that Emirates is not going to arrive on time. Well, Alex and me both. Really looking forward to seeing Emirates again here in Christchurch, 412. But yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be arriving on time. Alex showed me his estimate, and it was around about 3:30, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. NZ 546 pinging up now. So he's Christchurch to Auckland, so we'll see him not too distant future. Good morning, Ian. We've got a very loud clock started up here from Manchester. Welcome in. You're well served with streamers in Manchester, and, including the biggest channel in the world. Airline is live. Also Simon Lowe, a few others as well. Think Planes, I think one out of Manchester as well. So yeah, some fantastic channels there in Manchester. So welcome to Christchurch, and I will be a bit quiet, so hopefully hear this one. There's a hot dog on our hot dog stand. Not as fancy as the one in Sydney, but we do have. Fantastic. Ian worked at Manchester Airport in cargo. Retired in 2020. Good on you, mate. It's a really terrific airport, and I have to say I really enjoy the coverage that we get from the channels that we get over here. Particularly enjoy Simon Lowe's commentary. Not too in your face, nice and laid back. He's got a very nice style, so particularly like Simon Lowe's channel. Visit it regularly. Airline is live, is very nice as well, but yeah, I think I prefer Simon. Planes, yeah, I've watched them from time to time. I don't tend to watch it at the same time that they're on, unfortunately. But Simon I usually manage to catch in our late evenings. We've got Skyline Aviation coming in from Dunedin. It's usually a medical or a charter flight. Where is the Beach King? And we'll know if it's a medical because he will go around to the left once he lands and taxis off, so he'll make a right turn. And if he turns to the left, goes past the hot dog that we just saw, then it will have been a medical flight. I'm from Dunedin. Quite often get patients being transferred, or staff in fact being transferred to between Dunedin and Christchurch to do procedures or have procedures performed on them. Just over midnight. Just 1:15 in the afternoon here. So if he turns left, and he's going to, right, so that will be a medical, and we'll see him just head in that direction there. What's we got on? Oh, we've got a little aircraft from the Aviation Academy here, Canterbury Aero Club and Aviation Academy, run pretty much out of the same complex here. And we've got an incoming flight. Let me get the flight number on that for you. It's 371 and it's coming in from Wellington. ATR 72-600 coming from Wellington. The majority of the aircraft coming from Wellington are these ATRs. Do a lot of the regional routes out of Christchurch. Second biggest city in the country, of course, after Auckland. Just over 500,000 population now. And it's increasing every day. A lot of people moving from Auckland to Christchurch and other North Island cities, including Wellington, moving to Christchurch, where they can do a lot better for themselves. If they sell up a house in Auckland, and they can come and buy a house here in Christchurch and have plenty of money left over to look after themselves. Not sure what he's waiting on. He might end up having to do that turn. Way that he's on. Next in, Auckland to Christchurch, 5:39, A320. Most of the services run from Auckland to Christchurch are A320s, either the Neos or the CEOs. I call them the noisy engine options, so you can use Neo for both of them. Let me just wave hello to everyone. Hello, yeah, this is Seki, and welcome to the channel. It's really great to see you. I got the jumper on because we're in the shade. As you can see, we're in the shade here now. We were in bright sunshine earlier on, but yeah, it's definitely cooled down a bit. So welcome everyone, and yeah, enjoy the show. We should get through hopefully until Emirates arrives. Really didn't want them to be late today, but can't really do much about that. Let me go round and put this incoming flight on the screen for you. And here you go. Calling the noisy engine option. So we can now see the reason why that ATR had to give way. It's this one that's come out to play, and get that one for you. Here's Christchurch to Wellington, 356. So one in, one out. Thanks for the hands, team. Ian and Fast Eddie. Alex was out here on the his left. Disappointed that Emirates sort of messed with his schedule. It's messing with mine too. Coming in is JetStar 231 from Auckland. JetStar buying a lot more new and modern aircraft, including the A321 XLR models, which they're going to be using in Australia. They may use them between New Zealand and Australia. And the XLR model is really fantastic. So good, in fact, that the New Zealand Air Force are going to replace the 757 with 321s. They thought long and hard about it. Most of the missions are between New Zealand, Australia, and New Zealand and the Pacific Islands, rather than sort of going all the way to North America or East Asia or anywhere like that. The 321 will do that with a couple of hops. So it's I sort of thought they might have chosen something like the 787-8, the shorter version of the 787, but of course a lot of the runways in the Pacific Islands won't take the airliner of that size. So the 321 is quite a good choice. Starting up again. What the noise that we're hearing? That's a Napier P68. And its registration ZKTZZ, so we call it Tizzy. A little nickname for it. So here's an update on EK412. It's in the air and part way across the Tasman Sea, and it looks like we've got about 2 hours to come, so we'll be seeing it about 3:30. So yeah, we'll try and hang out for it. Wasn't planning on staying until 3:30, but with Emirates being late, we can't really do much about that. So hopefully you'll stick with us for the A380 arrival. For a while there, it was the only Emirates A380 operating in the world, because we just had that short little hop between Sydney and Sydney and Christchurch, and so it's completely operating independently of the rest of the network, just shuffling passengers backwards and forwards between here and Australia. We have service NZ176 coming out now. It's going to Palmerston North. So we'll leave Tizzy to the pre-flight checks and we'll go up to the ATR.
candidate, and there are quite a few candidates, students in the academy, and it's good that they're taking their opportunity to embark on a career that is pretty rewarding and doesn't require massive physical strength and aptitude and all those other things that pilots require. The exclusive domain of males. So probably I would say around about a third of the students are females in the academy. Z791, and that's going to N for cargo. Is Christchurch to Napier 774. So you see this one here and then this one here. We're still waiting for our little friend from the Aero Club. afternoon, a lovely day here in Christchurch. The breeze just makes it a little bit chilly, but it's quite mild. We're sheltered and shaded here on the balcony of the Canterbury Aero Club, and we thank them for their hospitality, letting us stream from the balcony here. Is 774, and he's off to Napier, another very nice part of the world. East coast of the North Island. TZZ, Tassie, on the move now. So that is the Christchurch to Invercargill flight that we saw taking off earlier. I don't have the long lens on, of course, so you can't get much closer than that. Taking off. Napier P68, twin-engined aircraft. Show the candidates here at the International Aviation Academy do their multi-engine training on. for your company earlier, mate. Most appreciated. Right, that aircraft there may be the Timaru service that diverted here to Christchurch and went tech. So they took it down to engineering, and it may be back in service fairly shortly. So if you weren't here for that, we had the Wellington to Timaru service circle Christchurch a bit, and then it headed towards Timaru, and then decided that on the side of caution they would land back here at Christchurch. So they came around and landed, diverted here to Christchurch, landed, and then offloaded the passengers, and then took the aircraft to the engineering base and had it seen to. Clearly there can't have been terribly much wrong with it if they have brought it back into service this quickly. Welcome, good to see you, mate. And Zamboni, how you doing there, mate? It's great to see you. We've got our next incoming, and that is 642 coming in from Queenstown, so let me go around and pick that up for you. 642 from Queenstown. gate 20. It is gate 20. Keep an eye on Cathay and Fiji. We're due out just after 2 o'clock. So looking at 10 minutes to 2 at the moment. Darren White. Greetings from Manchester. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hiding from tornado warnings and rain. Yeah, we heard that from the chatter earlier about tornado warnings in Kentucky and Ohio area. I always thought that tornadoes were Oklahoma and North Texas and that sort of area, and Kansas, of course, as made famous in The Wizard of Oz. But yeah, to hear that they're in Kentucky and Ohio, very interesting. So yeah, I hope everyone stays safe and there are no major incidents that lead to any casualties. Fiji, we can sort of see a little bit of the tail of Fiji just above the nose of Cathay there. So that's where Fiji is, and I think Fiji is going first. It should be going first. And in the meantime, I will have a look and see where the Emirates is. It's 3:25 now, and about an hour and a half to run to Christchurch. Oh, the first of our 321s has arrived. Apologies for missing that. And snuck up on us. Air New Zealand 222, that's coming from Sydney, and it's a 321 Neo, but not a black one, so apologies about that. If you're expecting to see another black livery, the 321 Neo is on the Auckland to Queenstown run almost exclusively today, backwards and forwards. do see it in Christchurch from time to time, but not today. So this again, international 321 service. It's coming from Sydney. We're very pleased that you can join us on Zamboni. It's terrific. I always think of Zamboni as the ice skating rink, the machine they use for making the ice hockey, so making the surface nice and flat. Wellington, NZ360 coming out. Must need a little bit more runway. Oh, yes, of course, because he's got focus. Is 357 from Wellington. And so 360 is going to go back the other way. Fantastic. So 360 off to Wellington. And we'll keep an eye on our international departures. Both Cathay and Fiji, we're expecting to see them leave in the not too distant future. looks like we've got some sort of measuring or something going on here. Not quite sure what they're up to, but certainly the focus of attention. And there we go. So this guy is measuring something. Not quite sure what. It's possible that they're going to move the runway, the grass runway, and they may move it over. But, pure speculation. Righto, we've got another aircraft to show you now. Just had it gone over again, so apologies for that. It's Royal 785. So 785 just arrived. And that is 786. Two great Royal. I see Fiji 450 is pinging Royal. So I'll show that to you. Christchurch to Nandi. All-round 104. Tri-radial greetings from Perth. So we'll throw tri-radial up first. Cork. Greetings, mate. Alright, welcome. You're not the first person we've had from Ireland in today. The last person didn't say whereabouts in Ireland they were from, but yeah. Welcome from Cork to Christchurch in New Zealand. It's a very nice day. We're supposed to have gotten to 24, but this wind is probably putting paid to that. It's less than 20 degrees. In the sunshine it'll be fantastic, but I'm in the shade now, provided by the Aero Club's balcony. Anthony, probably best if you're doing something about that, mate. I'll just let you to perhaps leave it alone, mate. I'm not quite sure what you're up to, but either participate in the chat or don't. And after Rotorua, here we go. And we've got another airliner. Okay, so Fiji is pushed back now. We'll get the Air New Zealand airliner. Where are you? Just here. Alright. And he's off to Auckland as 550. An eye on Fiji. We won't miss his taxi or departure. So we're getting Fiji out on time, and Cathay won't be far behind him. And then we should see so we've got JetStar also pushed back, JetStar 236. And he'll be going to Auckland as well. We're waiting on Emirates 412 coming from Sydney, the A380. That's very late today, looking at around about 3:25. I'll go and check on that in a moment. This is NZ214 coming from Melbourne, A320 Neo. Good to see you, Rigoberto. Awesome. 325, yes, thanks, Carwin. Chief Spotter. How's your bird watching going, mate? Hope it's doing you well. Normally you'd be watching Mike from NZ1 Aviation on a Thursday, but he's going to be on tomorrow, and on Saturday he's going to be on in Auckland, and I'm on, as usual, on Sunday from the Mound. So Diverted. There's been many starting up this year. JetStar 236 to Auckland. Is 5:43 from Auckland, NZ 543 from Auckland. is pushback now, so yeah, look at that. I'll keep an eye on Fiji. There's a live flight. It says MRO, which is Masterton to Wellington, but quite clearly they're in neither. We're here in Christchurch, so this is the live flight. Medical transport aircraft. Cathay again. came to pay us a visit and gave us a wave. Always good. Can't come and visit the cafe, it's closed today. Closed early. Open at normal hours tomorrow. If you know anybody who does cafe work and who's looking for a job, there's a part-time position available at Cafe 140 here at the Canterbury Aero Club. If you know anybody who is into that, potential for a part-time job here at the Aero Club. So interrupted your viewing of CX126, which is heading back to Hong Kong. A350 1000, and once again, for my money, the best airliner currently in service. International movement for this cafe will be QF133 coming in from Brisbane. We also have JetStar 135 coming in from Cairns. And both ahead of Emirates 412. Oh, you're most welcome, mate. And thanks for popping in and returning. We're going to have a couple of Qantas, one Qantas and one JetStar, and Then we're going to have, so here we are, we're going to have 2 Qantas. Let me show you what I mean on the screen. So that's first of all Qantas from Brisbane, 133. Then JetStar from Cairns, 135. Then Sydney, QF 137. And behind them is Emirates 412. And I'll just get the registration on that one today. It's EVO, so it's one of the final A380s ever made. We do tend to get most of the newer ones. In fact, we quite often see EVS, which is the final A380 ever made. So O, P, Q, R, then S. So it's the 5th final one ever made. So we'll be seeing that, and it says around about 320 now. So slightly better than we thought, and hopefully what we'll do, we'll make Emirates the last plane of our day, and that will be a good note to finish up on. I'll just check my battery and just see how we're going. So those are the internationals that we're going to be seeing. We'll get a few others like JetStar 233, and we'll see him in the not too distant future. See the guys doing this business with the runway, the grass runway. Because of course before Christchurch had a tarmac runway, it had a grass runway, and yeah, so that was in 1940, believe it or not. So it's been here for quite a long time. This airport, the first airport in New Zealand on land, I have to stress that. Auckland had seaplanes landing in the harbour before Christchurch had its airport up and going. We've got 591, NZ 591 coming in from Wellington. He's not that far away. And we've got a helicopter. He's just got his beacon on this whole time. Airport Streams. Lurker. Good on you, mate. Welcome, and thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships. Bull Timothy. Gav Byrne. Cole Carey. Kensington Anonymous. Vivian Banks. 007. Sips. Joshua Stewart, Gina York, Toby Green and Poppy. So thank you very much to Airport Streams, and if you've received a membership from Airport Streams, do remember to thank him very much for his generous donation of the 10 gifted. Thanks so much, mate. You've been a bit quiet of late. Not quite sure what you're up to, but I reckon they're probably secret plans, and we'll probably hear what they are in the fullness of time. So looking forward to whatever you've got on the books, mate. New Zealand. And it's 3:28 off to Wellington. Another one coming out. So that's one over. There it is. I'll find out who you are. You are Christchurch to Invercargill 717, NZ717. Going to Invercargill. No, lost that one. in from Auckland. 2:33. Greetings. Indonesian? I'm not sure. Yeah, we're unfamiliar with your language, my friend, but welcome in. Assuming that it's either Indonesian or Malay, but somewhere around about there. Do let us know where you're from, Nur. Righto, next land. Like 591 from Wellington. Let me show you. So 591 from Wellington. Then we've got QF 133 from Brisbane and 135 from Cairns, JetStar. Then 137 from Sydney. And then the big bus, EK412, also from Sydney. So apart from that, a little bit sparse, really. And have a look at the 320 Neo. It was NZ214, which came in from Melbourne, and it's probably going back to Melbourne as well. A bit further over, you'll notice there is absolutely nothing on Antarctic apron any longer. Really sad to see it empty. We understand why, but it's a bit of a shame. Then on our hot dog stand, we've got a 767 freighter. And it's looking very nice there in the Christchurch sunshine. disassembly of the scaffolding going on. So they're finally getting rid of the scaffolding from this prefab that they've had over there. So about time. It's been a while, but it's been interfering with our viewing pleasure. Here we go. This is the Wellington to Christchurch service. Doing a tight turn, and then just to get in ahead of the international traffic. Grail, good to see you, mate. Greg Grail works at the airport, comes home and watches more airport action. Mate, I love it. Dedication. Aviation's a passion. Great that you can make it your profession as well, mate. And welcome in, good to see you. Now we'll be finishing up when Emirates gets here, which is probably in about half an hour or so. I'm going to do a battery change because it's not out, but it's getting close, and the last thing I want is for it to cut out when Emirates is coming in for its landing, and that wouldn't be good for you guys. So we'll get this one landed. Then I'll do a quick battery swap, and then we'll be back to the action. The batteries last, in this camera, they last a little bit over 6 hours. So we're coming up to 6 hours worth now, but I just don't want to risk it. So here's the next coming in, and I will do my battery swap right now. That's you. Engine is working, and so too is my battery swap. So I'll go around and position you for the incoming Qantas flight, which is coming in from Brisbane. Geek, you're lucky he's late. We've come to expect it recently. They've tended to be a little bit late. So here we go. It's the Qantas 133 from Brisbane. Airport Streams, I've ordered the yellow deck as well. So, anyway. hasn't arrived yet. It always seems to take a while to arrive, all this gear. I was hoping to have it for Auckland because I'm trying to do replays on the screen. You can imagine. It's just a mission. So hopefully the yellow deck actually helps out in that regard. Righto. So JetStar seems to be going all the way around the end. Qantas is coming to this gate. And New Zealand 214 is still there. Let me show you where QF 136 is. Sorry, 137. 136 is the return flight, and then EK after that one. So not too far away. Rotors, mate, we've had a couple of your favourites on the show today. You've been waiting for over 2 years, mate. Yeah, well, finally. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I gave up sort of waiting and sort of decided if I was going to do replays, I had to have something like the yellow deck. And since people were saying that Stream Deck didn't work, basically went, okay, it's time to bite the bullet. But yeah. Anyway, so that's not too far away, that one. And 137 in first. So go around and wait for it. A little bit of domestic traffic to take care of first. This one is Christchurch to Queenstown, 6:53. Then it looks like you're getting a pushback of 554 over here. And he's off to Auckland. So 653 to Queenstown. Righto. Thank you very much, mate. Always happy to have more subscribers, particularly those people who subscribe for the live shows. We've got lots and lots of people who come and look at the videos, but not so many people for the live streams, so we're hoping to turn those subscribers into live viewers. Another ATR departure, 7:55 to Dunedin. There it is. Abdi, yeah mate, it's been a brilliant day here. A little bit cold because of the breeze. Thicker skinned people than myself would probably be absolutely fine, but I don't like anything under about 25, and it's been a bit chilly today. So we've got that 137 coming in, QF 137. So let's just give you a quick look at that while I whip around and pick her up. it looks like the Air Force Super King is getting in first. I couldn't figure out what they were holding for, because it sure didn't look like a 4-engined super-sized jumbo jet. So we didn't think we were going to see any military movements on the channel today, and I guess this counts as one. So RNZAF. Emirates with Runway south, so that's enabled it to let all this domestic traffic get in first. Just seen is 7:55 to Dunedin, and the one coming in is from Dunedin, so one out and one in. Very nice. Gentle wee bounce on landing there. Christchurch to Hamilton, 3:24 after Hamilton. Yeah, we don't have the Jaffa jet here at the moment, mate, but we have got an emoji for it. Okay, so these little baby props are going to have to stand down 5 minutes after this super passes through, because that's the wake turbulence stand down for a light aircraft. So here it comes. The last plane we'll see on today's show, EK412 from Dubai via Sydney, A6 EVO today. Okay, we better actually concentrate on it. once again the baby props are going to have to sit there for 5 minutes waiting for wake turbulence to subside. They just couldn't quite get out before the super. That's the price you pay when you want to use the main runway after one of these behemoths has used it. start wrapping up now, a little bit ahead of time, so that we can get out and take off. Thank you very much, Davo, for coming along today and being our moderator. It's very, very kind of you, mate, to look after us. Trying to cut in line, and he will get in before the super. He's going to the domestic gates, of course, so the super just slows down a little bit and keep a reasonable spacing. Thank you very much to Airport Streams for your generous donation earlier of 10 gifted memberships, and thanks to Ian R for gifted membership. Alex celebrated his 1-month membership milestone. Airline Flyer, his 5-month airline airside membership. And Wellington Flights Live also celebrated 5 months in the Airside Members Club. We do have a Facebook lounge now, which is sort of open to anybody who wants to go and chat aviation, dump your aviation pictures in there. Feel free. It's just 4K Aircraft Live Lounge, and you'll find the link on the channel description. And feel free to pop in. Haven't really put much in there yet, but we will be doing a bit more of that sort of thing in the near future. So thanks very much, Carwin Davies. You'll see some of Carwin's videos that he does from time to time when I aren't able to get out, and he posts some of those and some pictures and what have you in the lounge. And you're welcome to post your own, and any links to any shows, any channels that you want to publicise, feel free to go and do that in my Facebook lounge. Well, it's our Facebook lounge really. And here comes Emirates, and better late than never. So 3:30, hopefully I can get all packed up and head back home and take care of what needs to be taken care of this afternoon. Got a little bit of work to be going on with. Now, what's he stopped there for? That's nowhere near where he's got to go to. He's just stopped. Slowly inching forward now. Okay. Crisis averted. So you'll see a pole come into view now, and he has to go until the Emirates logo gets well past it. You'll see go a bit further yet. Maybe it's this pilot's first visit to Christchurch. We've just had a landing of a fancy jet. That's what I mean by the Emirates actually has to get ahead of the pole, and you can see now the top of the air bridge which connects to the upper deck just coming into view. And so there we go. There we have it, folks. I'll just switch to my behind the scenes camera and just give you a wave and say thank you very much again, Airport Streams, for your donation, and to the others, Ian and the members celebrating their membership anniversaries today. Thank you so much, and we'll see you on Sunday. Now, I know that Kurt KDS is doing Auckland, so do go and see him. Mike, NZ1 Aviation's here tomorrow, and then he's in Auckland on Saturday. So 2 streams in a row by our good mate Mike from NZ1 Aviation. So thank you very much, Carwin, for the odd call out today. Panda-san, arigatou gozaimashita. 日曜日にライブへようこそね。And thank you very much again, Davo, for helping out with the moderation today, mate. Thank you so much, mate. And thanks, Alex, for coming out and keeping us company for a bit. Now, what I'll do is I'll put it in the... let's see if I can get my background working, and here we go. Show over. I have not updated my members for a wee while, so we'll do that, and that should sort everything out. So until Sunday, take care of one another, and we'll see you again. Bye bye now.
Wings like giants touch the sky. A roaring bird as it soars high. Silver trails across the blue. Dreams take off and come to you. Buckle up, let's climb the air. Feel the rush, you're almost there. Engines hum, a mighty cry. Airbus whispers, time to fly. Clouds are dancing side by side. Through the heavens we will glide. Crystal clear, each fleeting frame. Every view a burning flame. Buckle up, let's climb the air. Feel the rush, you're almost there. Engines hum, a mighty cry. detail, sharp and proud, flying dreams among the crowd. Buckle up, let's climb the air. Feel the rush, you're almost there. Engines hum, a mighty cry. Airbus whispers, time to fly. Every detail sharp and proud, flying dreams among the crowd. Buckle up, let's climb the air. Feel the rush, you're almost there. Engines hum, a mighty cry. Airbus whispers, time to fly. Plastic chairs, lukewarm coffee. Somebody clutches a wrinkled boarding pass. Eyes on the clock, not on the view. Kids draw hearts on a paper napkin. Back in 2 weeks, scribbled with a smile. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello. Terminal hellos. When the waiting finally dies, I lose you. Then I find you on either side of this line. Security gate, half-finished sentences. You laugh too loud so you don't have to cry. Your hug hangs on me like a borrowed coat. Later that night, different arrivals. Someone runs first, a suitcase rolls behind. Tears spilling faster than a dam breaking. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello. Terminal hellos. When the waiting finally dies, I lose you. Then I find you on either side of this line. Same hard floor, two different stories. One last wave, one first embrace. Every heartbreak already holding a homecoming in this place. This is where we learn to let go. This is where we practice hello. Terminal hellos. When the waiting finally dies, I lose you. Then I find you again and again each time. I lose you. Then I find you on either side of this line. Thank you.